Oh, hello. Oh, fantastic. Hello. Yeah. Oh, brilliant. Hi. This is episode 3 of our Game Dev and Code session, and we are looking to make more of this game. It's brilliant. I'm actually starting a little bit earlier, but I thought, you know what, who cares? So this is where we're up to so far. We have we've made loads of progress. No, so we have got as far as creating the deck, and then it dealing out 5 cards, and when you highlight it, the cards become big. And the main thing that we're looking to do today is make it so when you actually, so you can play these cards, it discards and it does something, but we want to actually make it do something. Another thing that I'm looking to get sorted today as well is we want to make it so these cards aren't quite as big originally, and it doesn't expand quite as big because at the moment this is taking up a little bit too much of the screen, and that should be pretty easy to fix. And also I want to make it so that when you actually highlight it, it actually just, it sort of raises itself high enough just so it's above the bottom of the screen. Now I don't actually think that's too difficult to do, because all we've got to do is work out where the camera, where the bottom of the y coordinate is of the camera, and just move it up a little bit from there. So I kind of want to do that first, because that's going to be, that one shouldn't take too long. And yeah, so let's go for it. Where are we? Right, card script. Probably could have had this loaded up before I started the stream, but didn't think about that. Actually, yeah, while it's loading up. So the other thing that we're looking to try and get sorted as well is we're going to make an extra, even though we've got card scripts, we want to have some sort of script that is particular to each card that we're going to make. And I haven't worked out the most efficient way of doing that. But I'm going to try something and then see sort of how it goes. Right, is this working yet? Nope, it's still taking its sweet time. Actually, while that's still... Oh yeah, okay, it's still loading up. I might be able to just have a look at something. So, I'm looking here. This is the main camera. And what we've actually got here, there's a various bunch of different things. But I'm looking quite keenly at where it says Orthographic and size 5. Now, it can be either orthographic or perspective. Now, you can actually see what the difference is if we sort of pan out a little bit. So, see this sort of like almost rectangle, like cuboid. That is the camera that is going to be shown on the screen. Whereas if you have it as perspective, it goes a little bit more outward, and it's a lot more designed for a 3D game. So I'm going to have it on orthographic, and the size simply indicates how big the rectangle is going to be, and I think that's actually the size in units. Actually, let's go back to this, the safe happy screen that we liked before. Yeah, so if you actually look, size 5, it's from the center, it's 5 units tall. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we already, just by having a look at this, we know that this point here, if I just create an empty game object just to try and... Right, I've got 0, 0, 0. Yeah, 0, 0, 0, and we have -5. Let's actually use this to actually sort of bring the point home, it is the Y value is exactly at the bottom of there, which will be useful when we're trying to get the card to sort of go on top. Right, anyway. Hopefully this will have loaded up by now. Yes, right. So, where are we up to? Oh yeah, we've got a bunch of scripts. So ideally, I've got all these scripts up here. It actually does make sense to just try and clear them a little bit to give you a bit more space and make things a bit clearer. So, hand script. Card script, that's the one. Right. Got him out. Okay, so it's on pointer enter. We're going to make a card in front. Let's see what that does. So local scale. So what we're going to try and do is, this is just as a sort of temporary. Actually, it's much easier to physically play it and then work out where we're going. So if we make this scale 2, 2, 2, we know that we want it to be about there-ish. So what we've got, 1.2, that's 1.25. Yeah, that seems fine. I'm trying to work out if that's the local or not. So 1.25, okay. I need to check out one other quick thing as well. Oh yeah, that's fine. So the Y value is just 0. So what we'll do when it's highlighted, it will make it as the local as 1.25. So make a card in front. Card trans dot local position equals new vector 3 open brackets. What's the X value? Yep. Let's go next. So vector 3 current local vec equals card trans dot local position. And now we want current local vec dot y equals 1.25f, and then local position equals current local vec. So what we're basically doing here is we've realised that for the card to be at the right place, it needs to go up just a little bit. And we also want to make sure it goes back to where it was before when we move the card back. So let's see. Again, I can copy and paste quite a large chunk of this. That's fine. So let's have a look. Yeah, let's see if this works. And what I've done actually is I've looked at the two main games which I'm quite excited with. So it's basically there's Hearthstone and Slay the Spire, and I've actually looked at how the card system works, and obviously it's one of those things where when you're playing you don't really think too much about. But I was actually studying, and what they actually have. So yes, that's it. That's exactly what I wanted. So now when we've actually got information on this card, it will become big so you can read it. Now I don't know. Hopefully, yeah. So you click it, and then yeah, that's fine, and it still returns back to normal. It's basically, this is just useful so you can actually see the entire sort of content of the card when you hover over. And what I kind of want to do is, and I don't know if I'm going to do that today, but I want to make it so that the cards kind of like curve round slightly. It's going to be quite hard to illustrate, but let's have a look. What's the... No, not that. Yeah, kind of curve around like that, and so it has that slight better feel as though you're holding the cards in your hand. I also, because you're able to now highlight all these cards, I want to actually lower them. Because it doesn't actually matter if the bottom of the screen cuts it off. But that's okay. That's something that we can deal with another time. Right. Okay. So I wrote down the ideas for the different cards that we're looking to do, and I'm going to quickly explain the concept. We're going to make it so that when you play one of these cards, because unlike say Slay the Spire, because in Slay the Spire you'll get a card that does deals 4 damage or whatever, whereas this system is going to be it's going to be kind of the same, but the idea is you're going to create one of these little bean characters that is either an attacker or a defender, and when it does attack or defend, it does its thing, and then it perishes. Then it dies. When you actually, you're going to kind of build up an army of attackers and defenders to then be able to fight the monster that you're about to fight. So I've done a few little drawings as well of what I'm looking to accomplish, but for the time being we're going to just try to make it so that, let's just say we have a deck of 20 cards, and there's going to be 10 cards that summon attackers and 10 cards that summon defenders. And I've got a little cheat sheet. Well, not really a cheat sheet, but I've got. I wrote down in just a really boring text file what all the different cards could do. So we're going to have a new script somewhere. Let me try and work this out. In fact, I am going to have a whole new folder which is going to be called classes. Now technically classes and scripts are kind of the same thing, but the advantage or disadvantage, I guess, with classes is, so you still create it like a normal script. So I'm going to have a C# script, and I'm going to call it card info class. Actually, it could just be card class. That's fine. Yeah, that's good. Not sure what's taking so long here. So here's where it gets a little bit interesting. It is no longer going to be mono behavior, which is very useful. It's very good and bad in lots of different ways. So we've got to think of all the properties that are going to be in pretty much every single card. So that is going to be mana cost. So public int Now I've got to actually remember that little bit of, that little nugget of wisdom that I got last time. Yeah, that's what I want. Okay. So public int. I know technically it looks like coins, but I'm going to call it mana cost. Public string. Card name, public string, card type. Yeah. Right. Okay. Sorry, I just need to knock back that coffee, so so I'm ready. Right. And that should be fine. So yeah, these are the values that are going to be in every single card class, and what we can also do is public sprite card sprite. So now set up card. Okay, so what we're going to do in this case is when we set the card up, we're going to give it a bunch of important variables, and it's going to turn the card into that. So public string card type. Oh yeah, we need another one, don't we? So we've got the name, and actually let's do it in the order from top to bottom. So the mana cost, then the name, then the sprite, then the card type, then card text. Okay, and then we, for the time being, I might change this later, but we're going to actually have a reference to the card script as well. And I kind of want to do that little trick where I've got to actually, yeah, just remember. Oh, there it is. Let's keep this over here. Doesn't matter actually. We'll worry about that later. Right. So let's just settle this. So mana cost equals mana cost. Okay. Oh yeah, that's where it's slightly wrong, isn't it? Sprite. Yeah, I think that's fine. needs to be lowercase. So yeah, sorry, just to confirm, what I'm actually doing, I'm creating a function where when we're actually setting up the card, we can just put all of the variables in, and we can set it all up in one go. Instead of setting them individually, we just have one function that just does it all in one go. So, card sprite. Yeah, so I've got card type, just purely it's like I'm thinking there's going to be simple cards that recruit either an attacker or a defender, but there's going to be other cards that are going to do things, later on, which won't necessarily be recruiting any attackers or defenders, but they'll do something useful. And so I want to have, so one of the card types is going to be recruitment, the other one is going to be like a spell, and in like Slay the Spire, there's another card type which they call a power, where basically you cast it once and it does something useful for the rest of the battle. I am getting everything wrong today, aren't I? There we go. These all need to be... Yeah, and the reason I have all of these as lowercase... yeah, so generally, all of my variables, I always start with a capital letter. But if ever I've got a function where I need to actually set everything up, I always have them as lowercase. So you can easily sort of distinguish between the two. So card text equals card text, and and here's where, like, in fact, let me get this sorted now. So we get rid of this. I kind of want to have a look at, so yeah, the disadvantage with, now that I've removed the mono behavior, it means I can't just drag this onto like an item. It just won't. Yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah, because it needs to be of mono behavior. But the advantage is it's a lot cheaper on the processing power if you just have a class that doesn't have mono behavior. It's like an easy trap to get sort of lost in is by having too many scripts that have mono behavior all in one go, and it can sort of grind the game to a halt a little bit. So, card stuff, card go. Now, let me just try something. Okay. Now I'm going to add another little thing. Yeah, that's better. So yeah, I kind of want to squeeze in the card type over here, and that's a little bit big, so let's try. That's fine for the time being. So I'm just going to change this just as a sort of dummy to recruitment. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. And in theory, I'm just going to double check, but I think even though I've made that change, it should still just recognise the extra bit of text that I've added. So I'm just going to confirm that is correct. Just checking there is no error messages coming up, and it seems all good so far. Right, that's all good. Yeah, that's fine. And I also wanted to check that these cards here. So yeah, now it's got access to all of these, which is exactly what I wanted. Fantastic. Okay. Right, where are we going next? So what we're going to try and do now is, and here's where it gets a little bit interesting, in the name of classes. Now, I'm going to have a... Because this is our like sort of Big Daddy main master script that's got lots of important stuff, I'm going to put a new script, and it will be a script like one of these, so it will have mono behavior, but it's going to be essentially looking after all of the info that we need from the cards, from the card script, from the card class, sorry. So let's have a look. Scripts. Probably actually need to tidy this up a little bit. I'll quickly do that now. So folder. Create. We're going to have another folder. I'm just going to call it core, so it's got all the important, like the important scripts that are just going to, yeah. It doesn't need to bring me back onto this every time. These are generally card-based scripts, and it is nice for it to be sort of tidier. Okay. I think, yeah, because it's trying to rearrange everything, that's why it's giving me a bit of a hard time when we do that. Let's have a look. Okay. So what I've actually got in this script, and see if it's... Oh yeah. So we're going to have another big core script, which is going to be essentially the one that whenever we've got a new card, as long as we've got a name for it, then this can kind of work out everything else. So create C# script. I'll call it card master script. And over here, here we go. Right, so we've got the card class. Card. It's kind of annoying that it brings that up every time. That's all right. card. No, I'm going to temporarily just move this over here, so when it comes up, it doesn't keep stopping my progress. So. Card. I don't think we'll need this, but I'm going to put this in anyway. So basically, when I have this, eventually, once I've made all these classes correct, and we need to get hold of, so this is going to have, let's have a look. Yeah, this master, I'm going to give this the card script. Let me add it this way. Card sprite class. Card cost class. Now, have I covered all of the different things? No, there's one more thing which I want to do. And I will... Card level class. Right. Like I said, there's going to be... There's actually easier ways of doing this, but I kind of... this way kind of makes sense to me. So, and what I'm also going to have is where we've got mana cost, we're also going to have public int card level. I'm going to actually make it so that like you can actually upgrade the card. So let's just say there was a card that say cost 2 mana and gave you six defenders. When you upgrade it, it's going to give you 8, and you can upgrade each card twice. So there's essentially 3 levels. There's and I think it's going to be 0, 1, and 2. So we'll actually fit that in here. So card level, a new one here. Okay. Right. So I'm going to just start with this one because this one will make the most sense. So classes, we don't want any of this mono behavior stuff. And it's going to have one simple function where you have a public int get card cost string card name switch card name. Now I did actually, I'm going to actually, because it will save a bit of time later, so I'm actually going to put in the names of the cards now. Which hopefully shouldn't take too long. It's just because this particular list of cards which I'm going to put in is going to take I'm going to need reference to all of them, so I'm just going to have a basic switch statement which I'm going to kind of copy and paste for a few things. Right. Well, I feel it's like it's one of those sort of things where you're kind of looking at different angles, thinking, where is he going? Is he just going mad? Is he actually going anywhere? No, trust me. That this, I am heading in the right direction, even though it has been a little bit inefficient so far, and I do apologise. You're probably thinking, is he just making stuff up? So this is the very basic. Yeah, I've made a few ideas for different cards. And I'm going to put in the names. We're not actually going to program every single card today, but the main cards that I want to program, we've got something called Army Recruit, which it adds 5 attackers, Guard Recruit, which adds 5 defenders. This one here is Cheap Conscript, where it adds 1 attacker, 1 defender, and you draw a card. And there's a whole concept of units being armoured, which we'll tackle. But I think I reckon if we can get these 3 to work, I'll be pretty happy. If we can get this done by the end of the session, it'll be pretty cool. So now it's just a matter of copying and pasting these names, and I kind of want to get all of these names on, which shouldn't take too long. So I'm going to move this over here. Sorry, I'm actually moving this onto a screen that you can't see, just for sort of space-wise. So here we go. Cheap Conscript. Oh no, actually start at the top. Okay. In fact, let's go. Will that actually still give an error message? Yes. Okay. So how many actual cards have we got? Right, so I've got one. Sorry, I'm just actually counting the number of cards because I want to put all these names in, even though we're not going to refer or use them. It will just save a lot of time later. Seems to have a bit of a... That's better. There we go. Right, 1, 2... So yeah, I'm just sort of counting them out loud. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry about this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. That's fine. So 1, 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And I'm just putting all the names in. I think it will be quite funny if I found out that I spelt the word recruit wrong. Sort of way late, you know, it's like sort of 6 months into production. By the way, you spelt it wrong. You need to change it on every single circumstance. No. There we go. So yeah, like I've done a little bit off stream, but when it actually comes to the coding, I want to do all that on stream. Like because there's quite often I'm actually trying to work out, like, sort of essentially think of the next bit which I need to do. But when it actually, like I say, when it actually comes to the coding, I'm going to make sure all of that bit is going to be on the stream. There we are. Almost done. Sorry, this is quite painful. I do appreciate that. I think, like, the reason I want to get all these down is because I'm sort of planning. Yeah, there we go. We're almost done now. Okay, that's fine. Right. So yeah, the reason I want to get all this down now is because I'm going to actually. Let me show you what I mean. I'm going to. So basically, I can actually copy and paste this because this is really useful information. Anyway, so it's really useful information that I'll need it for all of those classes that I made. But today, we're only going to worry about Army Recruit and Guard Recruit, and then if we've got time, we'll do this cheap conscript. Right, so... Where are we? Okay. So card cost. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, yeah, we haven't actually named it, we've just said that. So, public sprite get card sprite string card name. There we are. Yeah, that makes sense. So here I can just turn this all into null for the time being. Okay. We haven't actually got the card master up. Come back to that. Okay. Right, where are we? Okay, so we want to make it, so first of all, for the time being, there's our deck script, it should be in here. We're going to have public string cards in deck. Yeah, that's Sorry, I'm just having a look. I'm trying to work out if I actually need to have actually the physical card classes. Yeah, actually, I think we can get away with this. Okay. It's fine. Card classes, so... So I realise I'm doing something that's a little bit complicated, and I want to make sure that I don't kind of mess it up. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, in the card master script, we are going to... Yes, okay. Right, don't worry, we're back on track now. It's also important to note that with all these classes, they don't just start active. You actually need to essentially create them. And that's what we're going to do here. I've actually got to probably keep a good track of how many actual classes I've got. So it's the main card one, and then, oh yeah, the card type as well. And yeah, again, I'm making any reference to any script or class. I always just have an underscore, so I know that I'm accessing. So basically, this is all the card information is going to go through this script to set it all up. So. The one thing which, don't get me wrong, I absolutely love about coding is sometimes you can be working for something for literally like an hour or 2 hours. Or in my case, I remember actually, I think my record, I seem to remember working on something for about 3 straight days, and I could only test to see if it worked after I'd got everything ready. Now this one won't take me 3 straight days, don't worry about that. And when you do finally get it to work, sometimes you'll be like, the payoff wasn't as big as I thought it would be, but it still is. It's incredibly satisfying when you can actually, when you've got an idea as to where you're going with this, and then you finally actually get it to work, and it does feel pretty good. So, yeah, so just to clarify though, we're going to have, we only actually need one instance of each of these classes. However, the actual card class itself, we can have multiple of, because we're going to use all of these to get all the information that we need from it. So, where are we up to? So we've created all of that. Public card class, get card class, and now we're going to kind of go through the list, and at the bottom it's going to be turn and oh yes, so how are we going to do levels? For the time being, we're just going to have all the card class levels to equal 1. Now, so we've already set the level, the name, yep, and card class dot mana cost equals underscore card cost class. Okay. Card text equals that dot get. Oh, we haven't actually created that function yet, have we? That's fine. It's still one of these mono behaviours. What's going down here? What's going wrong here? Right, there we are. And I've got it stored somewhere. Card class. I think it's this one here. That's fine. Now we're going to add a whole extra layer of confusion. Do we need to put that in now? Yeah. Int card level. that's fine. So it's actually, we'll have it as 1, 2, and 3. And yeah, I'm only going to bother with the guard recruit and the army recruit for the time being, and I'll fill the other spaces in later. Confusing myself there. I knew that was why I was looking at the wrong thing. Anyway, here we go. Right. So that we don't need to bother with. It's fine. Oh yeah. I think quite often when you're putting things like this together, you find some of the code that you've done might not be necessary. Now, on reflection, I probably should have had, because we do need to consider the actual card level for quite a few of these things. So like I say, we're just going to worry about the army recruit and the guard recruit for the time being. Right. Okay. Sorry, looking on the other screen. And yeah, before actually the cards get played, we want to actually check that we can have a series of different cards. So, 5 defenders. These are each going to cost 2. So at the moment, we're just going to assume everything's going to be level 1. In fact, let's go make it look a little bit professional. Okay. Right, where else have we got to go? Card. Dot. So we work our way down. So we've got the level, the name, the sprite, and yeah, so it's just the sprite and the type that we need next. So a problem that I will run into later is as I make more and more cards, I'll have to individually go to each one of these classes to add more things in, because I think we're going to have ideally more than just these 12 cards. But I think, again, it's something which I mentioned before as well. It's always better to make something look slightly ugly and then fix it later. So you get something that kind of works, and then you can actually sort of streamline it and make it look a little bit better. Right. Realise my head might have been in the way for some of this, and I do apologise. Card type equals... Oh yeah. This shouldn't be quite as difficult. So the type is going to be a string, isn't it? So and I'm going to do the classic, like, this has basically got most of the information that we want. So I'm just going to copy and paste this and change some of the bits. Get card type, and all of these are going to be recruitment. Yeah, so in this case it's always going to be recruitment regardless of the card level, so we actually don't need to worry about the card level, and we can actually use the one from the original. I can just use this bad boy again and just change a couple of things. Okay. And a little bit later, we actually need to draw the images for the army recruit and the guard recruit. But I've got a kind of good, nice way that I'm planning on doing that. And at the moment, we can kind of get away when we're actually getting the card sprite, even though I haven't actually got any sprites lined up for it. It's just going to return null. So I'll give an empty sprite, but it won't give any error messages or anything. Right, brilliant. Okay. And I'm just trying to think. Yeah, so we're going to go to deck script, and yeah, okay, this is right. Finally, we're making some progress. It may not look it, but you know, we're getting there. So void start. Now, what I'm going to have a void. No, we can actually still have it. Okay. Oh yes, of course. I think that needs to be a list, not an array. equals new list. And on awake, we want access to this master script. So we can just have, so what we're going to do, we're going to set up each card individually. And at the moment, it's not going to look overly inventive, but we're going to set up each card individually. And for us to be able to do that, we need to put it here. That seems fine. We can make quite a lot of these private. I think that can just be private now, can't it? Yeah. So now there's a bit of code which in this particular circumstance there's no problem in using it. However, you don't want to overuse this particular bit of code that I'm about to use. So I'm just trying to think actually what makes more sense if we have it like that. Equals find object of type card master script. There we go. Yeah, I do apologise. This one has been a lot more technical, but hopefully we'll get some payoff shortly to actually show, to show the progress that we're actually making. So yeah, so this is the find object of type. So what it's basically doing is it's searching everywhere on the scene in the level for that particular script, and the first one it finds, it's just going to say, and we've only got one of those scripts, so it doesn't matter, but the first one it finds, it's going to use, and it's going to have access to. Right, so now we have access there. We're going to go underscore card. Let me just try and work it. Cards, deck, add. Card master script. Get card class and army. I think that's what I called it, but I'll just double check. It's giving me an error message. I'm sure there's good reasons as to why. Let's try and work out. Oh, I can't believe I did that. Oh yes, right, that's fine. Everything's all good. Yeah, so it's like the card class and the card script are very, very different things. So the yeah, there we go. Yeah, the card script is just basically the thing that's controlling the card and like its movement and everything. The card class is purely just holding the information that we want to have on the class, so that's fine. Army recruit. I will double check that I spelled that correctly. Yeah, it looks exactly the same, that's fine. Okay, and for the time being, we want to have, say, 5 army recruits and 5 guard recruits. So yeah, so this is going to be just the basic deck that's just got 2 different card types. And part of what I like about coding is you can work something out and it will make a lot of sense. But then, say, you know, maybe a month down the line, when you look back at it, you're like, oh, hang on, I could have done this, and you know, you just need to and you can fix it, and it feels quite sort of satisfying. But for the time being, this should work pretty well. And I do realise that I've been here for almost an hour, and it looks like I've just been typing nonsensical stuff into here, and I can only apologise for that. But hopefully the payoff, we will get some payoff soon. So access to that, set up basic deck. So, gift card stand. Okay, so when we're actually drawing them, it's going to work similarly to Slay the Spire, in that once you have no cards left in your draw pile to draw from, all of the cards from the discard pile will then shuffle back into the deck. So, but for the time being, we're just going to have we won't. Yeah, so we'll only actually be able to draw cards if we have cards that are actually in the deck. So if cards in deck dot count is greater than 0, I quite like actually having all this just oh, hang on. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Instantiate. So with each card script, we're actually going to set it up as well. And part of the setup is, oh yeah, so at the moment it's going to, I want to actually be able to shuffle all of these, like, because at the moment it's going to be in a particular, it's going to be, I think it will do all of the army recruits, then the guard recruit cards, but we want to actually shuffle them up, which is a pretty simple bit of tech, which isn't too difficult. So now okay, so what we're actually doing, where we have the card script, so this is the card script, not the card class, we're going to, one of the variables that we're going to give it in the setup is one of the cards that we've got in this deck that we've set up. So this is giving me a red squiggly line because I haven't actually done anything to compensate for that yet. So here we go, let's go. I keep getting it card class and card script mixed up. Card class. So we can actually have it as private. Oh yeah, one thing which is a little bit annoying is, like, even if I have this as a public, so public card class, and we'll simply just, actually, you know, we can call it, have it underscore card class. Even if I have it public, you won't be able to see it on the card script because it's a class, which is a little bit, it does get a little bit frustrating, so it doesn't really matter if it's public or not, but I'm going to make it public anyway. Control MO, let's have a look where are we? Oh yeah. So, card class equals, brilliant. Okay. So, as part of this setup as well, we need to make all the things do the things. It'll make sense, don't worry. Right. So now, right, let's have a look at where were we? There's a good chance might have an error message somewhere. I think we're in the clear. Okay, that's good. Right. So, where were we? Right. So resources. So we're going to create a sprite, which is fine. And I can make this look a little bit cleaner. And like I say, in a little bit, we're going to actually make the pictures for it. Yeah, that's fine. And I kind of want this coin thing to be in front, which I'll worry about later. Okay, that's fine. So have all the classes actually. I just want to actually just check all of the classes to check that they are actually now classes and they're not like scripts with the mono behavior. So just go through it one by one, just double check. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's move that aside, put this one up. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2. Where are we? Oh yeah, we don't actually. I think the name class. Yeah, I don't think we need this name class here. I just put that in. don't think it's actually necessary. So we might not even need this. Let's find out. Right. Scripts. Okay, and I'll have a quick. Caps lock public void set up according to card class. Right. Okay. Cards. Text equals name let's actually check we've got the order correct. Okay, so we've got, it goes cost, name, type, and text. Cost, name, type, text. Text, card text. Okay, and I think even though we haven't actually set up the so yeah, we need another one thing that we haven't actually quite done yet. I'm going to still keep it public. We'll call it card art SR. Yeah. So we just so that's the other sprite that's like within the on the card. Here we go. Card art SR equals get components in children, sprite renderer, every form of bracket there is. Okay, yeah, that's fine. And I'm actually thinking out loud. Okay. Okay, we're almost there. And what I kind of want to do is I want to have the... Oh yeah, actually another big thing is I actually want to have a picture for the card sprite. But actually, you know what? Before we do that, let's see how far along we are. And there's actually a couple of little things. That I want to do. So make a card in the front. Sorting order equals 11. So that's going to always make sure that image is in front of the actual main card, the card back, or the card base, I should say. Okay. Now, flip. It's not that at all. Get rid of that. Maybe do that. Card flip. Yeah, sweet. Okay. Right. Okay, that was a bit of a... Right, that was quite a lot of work. And there was actually probably some of it that was slightly unnecessary. So I'm sure we're going to run into an error message, but let's see how far we get. Okay, you know what? That's actually worked a little bit better than I thought it was going to be. So, we have... obviously this 2 is looking a little bit off. And we still haven't actually made the cards do anything. We've just made it... And they're all army recruits. That's because that was the top 5. And... Yeah, I've got to try and work out why that 2 has clicked down. And we probably want this text to be a bit bigger. That should be okay. Right. So okay, we have made progress. It may not look like progress, but it is. We want to. So now we want to sort of shuffle the cards. So. Shuffle cards. Right, I kind of need to go to the toilet. So what I'll do is, I'm gonna, when I come back, I will. Let me just quickly try and advertise my game a little bit more. In fact. Put that on pause. Yeah, hopefully that's not too loud. Anyway, let's go on AI. I'm also going to make a coffee, so I'll just be back in a couple of minutes. Yeah. Right, oh, wicked, cool. There we are. Oh, nice. Right. So, I've made myself a coffee. It's not decaf, it's definitely not decaf, don't worry. Anyway, right, we were doing some cool stuff. It just took quite a while to actually get to. Right. Ooh, there we are. Right, oh yeah, that was it. We want to shuffle the cards. So... Now, there's various different ways you can actually shuffle the cards, but I think this particular method I'm kind of fine with. For I less than cards in deck dot count. cards in deck. Okay. Yeah, like I say, I'm going to... Oh, yeah, of course. I keep doing it at the bottom, so you can't see. Right. Yeah, that's better, isn't it? At some point, I'll probably just think, I can move this camera over. But I quite like it being in the bottom left. So we're going to have cards... Yeah, cards in deck, cards in rando. I just want to very quickly check something. Yeah, that should be okay. So I'll try and explain what's happening here. So in order to shuffle the cards, we essentially want to, as if literally like, as if we're shuffling a normal deck of cards, we want to put all the cards in random places. So what we've done, we've got a sort of what I called held class, which is we're just temporarily making this for the time being, just to hold one card. Then we're getting a random number, and a random number between, in this case, 0 and 10, because the card count is 10, and we're saying this one here is going to equal the random number, and then the random number one is going to equal the original one. Now, before I actually discuss too much, I want to actually just check that this does work. So, cards in deck, let's go shuffle the cards. So this is going to be setting up the basic deck. It's going to have more stuff coming in later. Right, let's go. So in an ideal world, we'll have a mixture of, yeah. Oh, it just works. That's brilliant. Cool. No problem there. Right, now let's just sort out a few of the little things we want. For whatever reason, this 2, we want it to be just slightly higher up. We also want this text to be a bit bigger. And one thing which I really admire about, like, as I say, I'm referring back to 2 games that you may never have heard of, but what I admire about both Slay the Spire and Hearthstone is, whenever there's any text here, it isn't that much text to read. It's just a little bit of text, so you can read it and know what the card does. This text is obviously clearly too small. This one, it doesn't matter too much that it's too small, because it's not that relevant. So we're going to try and make this text a little bit bigger. We're going to move this 2 up in the corner a bit, and then we're going to try and draw, we're going to make a picture for the guard recruit and the army recruit. Right, I realise that the title of this is called Making the Cards Do Things, and at the moment they don't do anything. But I want to actually kind of get a visualisation of what they do. So what we're going to do essentially is like when we have Army Recruit and we activate it, it's going to move this number up. But we'll get back to that. Right. Let's go. Right, where are we up to? So, oh yeah, this is more of a. So why is this card coin text? Why is that? I'm gonna check if that becomes. Oh. Okay, that's actually all right. That's that was a lot easier than I thought. Okay. One thing that takes a bit of getting used to, I always want to try and make the numbers as rounded as I can. So what if that's minus 0.7 and that is 1.5? Yeah, that looks fine. Whenever you're putting any text here, you can naturally once you put in whatever text you want and then you press enter, right, you want to well, that's the text and I've pressed enter to confirm that is the case, but it actually just goes to the next line. So when I had the 1 there, it was actually on it was actually taking up 2 lines. That's why when 2 came up it went down. Right, this one, where is it? Add 1 attack, center that up. If I have to say -1, is that too low? Because we kind of want it right in the center of here, and I kind of want to try and round this number, so minus 0.8. That seems all right, doesn't it? Yeah, and we want to make this text bigger, so 0.125. Okay, and now there's another trick which we'll run into, and there's a fun little way of fixing it, because at the moment the text is all on one line. So we'll see if it actually does go, if it does actually go out of the card, which is, again, it's fine if it does. Okay, it doesn't, but a problem that we're going to run into eventually is when we have slightly more text than just add 5 defenders or something. At the moment, all the text is going to go all the way, like it's going to just kind of go through the card, and so we need to actually text it so that we have a line break every 20 characters or something. Right, okay, now we're going to get pictures for both the Guard Recruit and the Army Recruit. And this is going to be slightly more... This is, yeah, oh, I didn't start the music. We haven't got music. What's going on? Right, so here we go. Card front. Actually, no, I made a slight mistake. No, it's fine. Okay. So we want the image to be so 128208. Okay, file, new. So Now, I think I kind of yeah, that's fine. Right. Now I could simply make a sprite that is literally, you know, because at the moment I've made the canvas size a lot bigger than how big I want the sprite. But I always like the idea that sprites can kind of like be slightly outside of the card, you know, just to give it that sort of feel. It's like I remember when playing, I think it was like Magic the Gathering, and every now and then you'd get a card where, say, there's a guy with the claws, and the claws kind of slightly poke out, and I just love that idea. So that's what I'm going with. Right, I'm not necessarily. Oh yeah, so right, where should we save this? Card sprites. We'll have new folders. Card art. Okay. Right. Now, what we're going to do is, so one thing which I've been working on, I think it's this one. So, yeah. So, what I've been doing, I've got these are basically, it's, yeah, you could argue, why don't you just use normal human beings? Why do you have to use beans? It turns out beans are a lot easier to draw. So I've got a series of sprites which I will eventually use in the game, of all these different beans. And I kind of want the blue ones to have a shield and be sort of defensive. And I want the let's see, I can so we go, and I want there to be the red ones to be the attackers that have got the sword. Some of the animations, so we've got the sort of we've got the idle animation, the walking animation. Let me zoom it in a bit so it looks a bit better. Yeah, the walking animation, and the attacking animation. And I've also, this is something for later, which we're not going to worry about too much now, but we're going to have armour as well. So, like, I won't go into too much detail now, but the way the armour is going to work is, let's just say you've got, you set up your assault and you've got, say, 10 defenders and 5 attackers. Like, once either a defender has defended or an attacker attacks, it always dies. But if they're armoured, it means instead of them dying, they just lose their armour. But we'll get into that. Don't worry. I'm excited to doing that because I'm looking forward to doing the whole animation of the armour like breaking and stuff. So anyway, with this in mind, we're going to have to do a little bit. So these are quite big images, so this is going to take up quite a lot of space. So that it can fit on these little card arts, I'm going to scale the whole thing down. So we've actually got a series of little things we need to do. So this will just take a little while. So this is the red armoured ones. So, okay, so we're going to have a new folder for red. Plus red bean. Blue armoured bean. Yeah, okay. Right, here we go. So yeah, what I actually kind of want to do, beam thread 4 and effect. I'm going to come back to that. Where did I just put that folder? Official. There we go. Right, what's 384 divided by 2? I tell you what, if you asked me this years ago, I'd be able to come up with the answer straight away. I think it's 196, but let's just double check. Oh, 192, okay. Half of that is 96. Yeah, so this will take a little while, but I'm actually getting those sprites and getting them into smaller sprites so that I can fit them in different things. Because obviously, in an ideal world, when we're playing the game like this, we're going to have like an army of attackers and defenders, and we don't need to use that big chunky like 384 pixels one. We can use smaller ones that are say 96 or 48 or something. Okay, yep, we're making progress. Of course, yeah. So in Unity, you can duplicate something by pressing Control D. Unfortunately, that actually causes that to delete delete when you're actually using it in Windows 7. So I just say, yeah, Control CV, 96, and then 48. So yeah, this will probably just take me. In fact, let me go put this little advert on. So yeah, you can kind of have a look at my game that I made a little while ago. Because yeah, I just need to save all of these individually. Right. So this is Armoured. Right. So sprite. So we're just shrinking it down. Still looks alright, doesn't it? Good. So yeah, you can still just about make it out and stuff. That's fine. And it's just nice to have a range of different size resolutions of each bean. So I've decided randomly to start with the red bean. You know what? I think that's probably a bit too small. I don't think that'd actually be of much use, so don't worry about that. Yeah, so I don't think we need a size 48. I think that just comes across a bit too small. So let's go back to opening this one. Okay, so what have we got there? That's blue bean. Nice, okay. So yeah, we're just going to do this for the. So there's going to be the armoured blue bean, the normal blue bean, the armoured red bean, and the normal red bean. Now the reason I'm putting _000 is when we're actually trying to reference them later on, it makes it a lot easier because this number will tick up. It does get a bit confusing. Like Unity doesn't know how to like the ordering of certain things unless you have 3 zeros there. So blue bean, 3, 4, and now it's just that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Right. Two. Yeah, it won't take much longer now. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm looking. Yeah, I think the 48 ones they just look a bit too rubbish. 96. Okay. Okay. So now we're going to have armor on the blue. Right. Cool. So we'll get 4 blue armored bean. Yeah, this will be nice when it's all done, and this also will have a big array of different sprites that we can use for the picture. I know. I'm doing all of this so, like, at the moment, just so I can get some like art for the card. Right. So Control S. This is 192. through. So yeah, like I've called it Blue Bean Armoured 96 because that's the number of pixels. It's going to be like 96 by 96, and then the zeros at the end. It will make an awful lot of sense a bit later when I'm animating these little beans, but that might be a little bit later. But I feel I'll get this done now. Okay. Still, yeah, because the idea is you're only going to see about like it's going to be sort of zoomed out when you're actually seeing it, so it won't like take up too much sort of processing power. And like when for whatever reason it comes close to it, then I'll change the resolution so that it has sort of higher quality. Right, okay, we've just got the red non-armoured beans left to do. So let's have a look. So non-armoured. We want there to be it red and we want the sword instead of the shield. Let's just have a quick look, check that's okay. Got the slash, yeah. And there's, yeah, this is, yeah. That's purely like the reason that he's doing that is because he's got a because when they're holding a shield, they've got a different animation for it. But I feel I may as well keep it in. It can't do any harm. Right. Okay. So this 4 bean, red bean. Red bean. 384 underscore 000 G. That's right. That's right size. Let's lower that down. 192. Yeah, the reason I'm being a little bit careful, it's quite easy to sort of make a mistake and kind of realise later that you've done something. So I think this should be the last one. 96. Standard red bean. Okay. Right. Let's get rid of that. Oh, there we are. Okay. So So we want to fill this space with our card art, and so this is actually be the front, I'll call it. So I kind of want to have, say, maybe one like that. Right at the back. And we're going to... Oh yeah, I can turn this off now because it's I'm doing a few more, slightly more interesting stuff here. So, yeah, I kind of like the idea of having like one there and then... another one like this at the front. Actually, I'll kind of want another one half at the sort of midpoint as well. I see where I've gone wrong. And we can tidy this up as well. And I quite like the idea of that sword just slightly poking out of the card, just giving it a little bit of extra sort of character. And I'm going to have some sort of background as well. Oh, of course, yeah. Draw a few of these. Sadly, art has never been my strong point. Let's do a couple more of these. Let's have one where there's a little flower or something. Right, there we go. That's okay. So, front. I think that's okay, isn't it? Okay, now we want yeah, so this is going to be essentially the card art for the for when you're recruiting the attackers, and then I'm going to have a separate one for when you're recruiting the defenders. And I might even just keep that same background, so we're just going to change this file, open. And I like the idea because I think right near the yeah, I kind of want a proper sort of holding the guard sort of pose. Yeah, that seems fine. I don't mind having one that's where it's kind of semi-mid walking, so that's good. And I quite like that. Like I say, these aren't the most ideal and perfect images, but it will definitely at least be a good sort of placeholder. Now, for the time being, I'm actually going to set it so that we've got all this empty space. I think that just gives us a bit more freedom. And let me go fill these legs in as well. So we've got card art. And I'm just going to add more as I do more card art. So say it's PNG. Right, and now what I'm going to do as well, I'm going to have a look at, so we can get rid of all this now. Now let's just check that's good. Yeah, that's fine. And what I kind of want to do while I'm here, I just want to have a check to see all the official... Yeah, so these are all the sprites that we saved earlier. I could just drag them on. I won't do that yet, but these are quite useful for later. Right. So we still want this. So yeah, okay. This is quite a long-winded way to say we just want these two images, but I think they'll come across pretty useful. Right, so let's have a look. So sprites, we can add some more sprites. Card. Let's have another folder called card art. And I'm just going to drag these two. Sorry, it's on the other screen, you can't see, but I'm going to drag these two over to here. And 64. Yeah, and we're changing the pixels per unit 64, making the filter point and compression to none, and then pressing apply. Okay. So, right. What does that mean? What does all of this mean? Right. There's a couple of little things that I need to do before I get into the coding. But we're going to have a look over here. And I'm going to have, I've got the card sprite. Now I'll have to actually, in fact, it'll be easier if I just delete it and then create again. So create 2D object, card sprite, square. Oh yeah, I didn't have a border, did I? Kind of want a border. Yeah, I'm going to put a border in. It would just make it look a little bit better. Yeah, so it won't take too long. I just realised because it doesn't quite. I think it still does. Yes, I think it still does need a border. Which is fine. Easily done. So I'll get rid of these. For the time being. But yeah, this is going to be called card art. That's right. Change the name, card art. That's right. Yeah, it's more like, as I'm looking at it, I'm like, I think I just would rather it had a border. But I can even be a little bit, so new layer, border. And we can still be a little bit cheeky. We can still kind of like, you know, to make it almost, actually no, not quite that. Yeah, to kind of give the feel that it's kind of popping out of the card, which I quite like. We don't need it for that one. Okay, right. Save over them. Let's just double check that's what we're after. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, sorry, it would be really bugging me if it didn't have a border, so that's why I'm just putting one on now. Yeah. Okay, get this. So yeah, they've got that little border. Okay, right, same process. Right, we're going to drag and drop it and then change all the things. So 1 and 2. There we go, into card art. Change this to 64, this to point, this to none, and this to apply. Yeah, I think I prefer that. Okay, so now I think the observant of you may have noticed absolutely. Oh yeah, right. So I've still got a bunch of rubbish over here. Let's just get rid of that. About an hour ago, when I was making the sprite class, which is this one here, I had setup and I had this, and I didn't actually have it. Yeah, it looked as though I didn't know what I was doing, but it was all part of the plan. So we're going to go. So we're actually going to get a reference to those bits of the card art that I've done. So we're going to have card sprites equals resources.load. Load all. Sorry. Load all sprite. And I'll get that in a sec, but we're going to return card sprites. 0 and card sprites 1. Okay, so I realise this has this has taken me quite a while, but I knew it was going to take a while to get set up. So now we just need to get this. We need to work out where we're actually loading it from, which will be. Which we're going to get this path from over here. Oh, hello. Oh, how you doing? You all right? Yeah, sorry if I was a bit slow to react. If I'm 100% honest, you haven't missed an awful lot. It's been me setting up the classes to make sure each card is sort of personalised. Yeah. Like, yeah, proper sort of serious focus. I do realise, am I talking gibberish as I'm, so, like, yeah, so at the moment, we've got copy path. Right, there we go. So now we've got reference to there. Oh, we haven't actually done the function to set it up, but that's okay. I can do that. We just need to go here. And just have, in fact, I'll do it. Yeah. Card sprite dot set up. So the disadvantage when you're using a class instead of which doesn't have mono behavior, is there's no immediate way of starting it. So I'm having to like essentially call a function from outside of it to get it to work. It might have one, but I always just like to, so I know what I'm doing. So I've set these sprites up. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Right, let's see how it's all. Let's see if this all works. See how many error messages we got. Right. I've always got that sort of pessimistic mindset of like, well, there's bound to be error messages. Okay, you know what? That's looking okay. I've noticed the guard recruit text is slightly going out, but that's okay. So add 5 defenders. Army recruit, yeah, brilliant. Okay, so play it, and then it goes over there. Brilliant. Okay, so what we're going to do for the time being is we're going to make sure each card has a separate use when it's actually played. And yeah, one thing that was quite nice, yeah, that's good, is is actually, I just want to quickly check something. When the card actually flips around, it does get rid of the front screen as well, so it really does give you the feeling that this is the back of the card. Okay, right, so actions, right, how do we actually how do we do the actions? Right, so we're going to have a new script, card scripts, create, and I think I'm going to have this as what's that? And this is going to be one of the big daddy scripts that is going to stay on this master thing, so we can access it all. And right, so oh yeah, we also need to check the conditions as well, but we'll come to that. Call it perform card action, and we're going to put in a card class. Now, yeah, the only problem with this is when we are actually doing this, like as we put more and more cards, this is going to get like heavier and heavier. And it's going to be one of those problems where kind of like I'd rather make it not particularly good now and then kind of find a way to tidy it up at the moment, because essentially I'm going to have every single card action that is possible from every single level all in one big chunky script, which you don't really want to do, because you don't want to have like one script that's got like sort of quite literally 5,000 or 10,000 lines of code. But we'll cross that bridge. We'll come to that problem when it starts to get overwhelming. Okay. Right. Public pool busy. So we actually need quite a lot of things from here. Switch. Army recruit. Let's have a look. I think that's what it's called. And then we'll have switch. Because I mean, in theory, I could just have a separate script for each card name, which might make sense. I'm going to stick with this, and then I will probably switch it when it starts to get slightly out of hand. Switch. Let me have a think. So, we're going to have a and the more I look at it, I think this whole thing might need to be a routine. So let's do it. So yeah. Start routine. So, brilliant. Yes. Sorry, it's been a while since I've had to do any more co-routines, and they're obviously they're the best bit. Right. Okay. So what we actually also need is yeah, this is where I've just got to think. I've got to think of the most efficient way of doing this. I suppose it might not actually be quite as bad as I think, because, yeah, and I'm going to have another, yeah, okay. Sorry, my brain is just kind of like, it's kind of doing that thing where I'm actually trying to work out, so we're going to have another public bool called internal busy. Actually, this one can be private. And yeah, I'm going to call it internal busy. And it's important now that I have that this has access to a bunch of important scripts. So it will need access to what building scripts are there? There we are. So it's actually Town Heart script. We need to basically get access to all the scripts that we're going to need in order to do all these actions. Building script. I definitely should not have drunk as much coffee as I have. And for the time being, I think that's okay. We just need a void awake. No, void setup. We're gonna have a. Building scripts. So yeah, we're going to set this up so it's got reference to all the buildings, and it will need reference to other stuff as well, but I'm going to stick with this for the time being, because one thing that's occurred to me is, so far, the actual concept of spending mana and utilising mana, I haven't even like dabbled in that, which I'm going to work on after I've done this. So at the moment, all the cards are just going to be free until I get to that. So yeah, so now we're just making sure we've got access to all of these. There we are. Yeah. So yeah, I'm going to have what I'm going to call internal busy, which I haven't. This is a whole new concept where, like, kind of. So we need to tell the rest of the world that we're busy, but we just need this class itself to know that it's internally busy whilst it's still busy, which I'll explain what that means once I've put this all together. So, underscore attack building script dot add attack, number of attackers, So yeah, I'm using a function that I use in that I created in the last episode. Eternal busy equals false. So now we're actually going to summon that to over here. Yeah, and in this case, and what I think it's 5, 7, and 10. Okay, so we've still got a few more things that we need to do, and we've just got to, yeah. So one thing that's actually been like quite useful is a while ago, last episode we created this thing that added attack. Now I can't remember exactly all the code that goes on, that involves that, but all I do know is that I put a number in it, and this is the number of attackers to add. So it's like, oh, there's coding that I did last episode that I can just refer to be like a yep, I know that I tested it last time, so it should just work. So now, first of all. So that's fine. Okay. We just need to get this active and get it working. I simultaneously need to go to the toilet and have a coffee at the same time. But I'll probably don't need more coffee. Right. So we've got the card action script, got the thing that tells us busy. We just want to activate this with the setup. We'll do that first. So the main game master. This is the thing that's creating everything. So let's have a look. Yeah, okay, this is actually going to be a little bit easier than I thought. So just got to have a big important script, and I'll put it underneath. And we'll have it as public. We'll turn them all private eventually. Just makes life a little bit easier. So we've got the card action script. Yeah, card action equals get component. Card action script. And now, once we've actually got all of this set up, I mean, like I say, it's actually going to probably need access to all of these things at some point. Card action script equals dot setup. So, right. So now this this is what we've now kind of got the card action script up and running, and it's more like now that I've made this, I'm realizing what we kind of want to do with when we're creating these card scripts. Let me have a look. And I think now that I'm sort of putting this together, I'm thinking it through, I think I know a way of actually making it slightly easier. Because yeah, the problem with this is, like I say, this will eventually just be so big and clunky that it's going to get in the way. This is how much code it's used for simply one card. And when you get to, like, you know, I don't know how many cards I want to put in. I want it to be like 50 or 60. This is going to really properly get clunky, and I think I might make a card action script and then like have multiple different children of it which deal with certain things. But we'll come to that. At the moment, this is fine. And I think when it does start to become clunky, I'm going to do a big sort of change and get it all sorted. Okay. Right. Sorry, I'm just staring blankly because I'm sort of keeping my train of thought here. So we've got the card script. That's it. So, was there actually a setup? Yes, there is. So let's add another one to the end. We want access to this card action script. And doesn't matter really where I put it. It's just I'll put it here for the time being. No, here makes way more sense. Card action script. Okay. So we'll obviously have to fit that in, which is no problem. But while we're still here, now exit. Now I've got to remember exactly what it is that actually moves it. Oh yeah, this is the drag card routine, so this will hopefully screenshot. Okay, yes, right. So this is basically, if we are not casting it, it returns back here, and if we are, this is essentially the activation. This is what happens when the card's activated. So I'm going to have card action script dot what do I call it? Activate card. Perform card action. And it's the card class that it's got. Which I think is an underscore, isn't it? And I think I will have it like this. So I'm gonna have it so it does that first. So yeah, it performs the action, and then it moves back into the. Oh, hang on. Wait a sec. No, sorry. Ignore everything I just said. It goes up here. I'm going to fit it over here. I think that looks better. Okay. So what we'll also do, so our overall plan, we're going to have it so that we've got the army recruit and what's it, guard recruit, I think. Yeah, guard recruit. Sorry, let me just put this down here, right? And basically the summoning cards is actually going to be a very similar look. Except for, obviously, we're affecting the defense building. Number of defenders. I know this is why copying and pasting isn't always necessarily the quickest way, because I've had to pretty much change everything. Okay, that's good. Here we're going to have summon defenders. And so I kind of like the idea of that it's summoning it's summoning the defenders, and while it's doing that, you can't, like, the card is still kind of in action and doing stuff. That's why I've made it over here, that it's like it's busy, it's still waiting for it to do the effect before you can do anything with any other cards. Right. Okay. Let's see how it goes. Okay. Right, one of these error messages, they're bound to get us at some point. Oh yeah. Ah, cool. Yeah, that's fine. That's easy. This is the deck class. We will probably need access to the card action script. So the reason, at the moment, the only purpose that this deck script needs the access to the card action script is purely so it can give it to the card script. So yeah, and I mentioned before how we want to avoid using this particular bit of code as much as we can. In this case, I think it's justified. Just purely because this is quite like processor heavy, so if you're constantly using this, but the idea is once the deck has been created, you do it once and then you don't need to do it anymore. So it would, like, you know, what's wrong with that? I must have just spelled it wrong. That's fine. Okay, so where we've got the error message here. Right, so when we're actually creating the card, we're setting it up and we're going to give it this card action script as we're creating it. So now it's got access to it. Right. Okay. Right, let's see. where are we up to now? I think this is partly as well why I like... oh yeah, yeah, cool. This is just a reminder of something a problem which I had earlier, which I'll worry about later. But I've got a constant reminder that it's there. It's like, that's why I like having lots of debug things. So we've got all our cards here. Now I'm going to play this army recruit. Now, if everything goes to plan, I thought before I get too excited, we play it. This is going to go up by 5, and then it's going to go into the discard pile. Didn't work, did it? I wonder why. That's okay. That's why I love coding, because you can actually, it's like a sort of detective thing. It's like, why didn't it work? Let's go break it down. Let's try and work out why it hasn't worked, because it didn't actually give me an error message. It just simply didn't work. So what we want to do is card action script, perform card action. So so it has got here. It's got as far as doing this. Go to the definition. We've put in the card class. I want to do, yeah, so what I normally do here is I just do little debugs. Debug.log. And I'm just going to put the number 1 in. And then 2. I'll have here as well 3. So that can be 2 actually. So it is. I just like to. So that way, it is very much like opening up the hood of the car, or the, I don't know, and then like kind of opening everything up and then actually having a look, seeing where we're actually going wrong. We don't actually need this anymore. 5. Because there is actually a good chance I just haven't. Oh. I know what I've done. I know we've gone wrong. So what I'm going to do now that we've done this, yeah, I know what we've done wrong. We haven't started the coroutine. We've just run this as though it's a regular function. And what it does is it gets to a certain point and then it just stops. I believe. But let's actually, so that should be quite easy to fix. We just need to have... yeah, like I say, I don't even know if this is going to fix the problem, but this is something that I just slight oversight. So all these need to actually start a coroutine. Yeah, like I say, I don't actually think this will solve the problem, but it's certainly going to get us a step closer to solving it. So now we've got debug logs, we've got numbers to indicate where we're going. Yeah, so like hopefully that would just be useful in tracing where the problem is. Right. Okay. Okay, let's see, where did we go? Oh, so it did do all the things. It went through everything. So it has started this, and it has done add attack. So yeah, it's actually a problem here. Attack total. So over here. This is where kind of like so yeah, hold on, we're gonna have debug log dot log. Attack. Total. So yeah, it's performed the whole thing. I probably better save it. Let me just stop this. So it has actually... Oh, whoa, hang on, the number's there. Okay, right. Okay, I just saw that it said 5, which is exactly what we were after. I just don't know why it didn't work before. Oh, it's fine. Everything's fine. We don't need any of this rubbish. It worked. So let's see if the defenders work. Yeah. So we're building that up. Now, here's where this is a sort of design choice. And I don't really know what I kind of want to do is because generally the way the game's going to work is you're going to there's going to be a monster that's going to be attacking, and it will be like arriving in 3 turns. And so you've got 3 turns to build up as big a defense as you can, like both defenders and attackers. And what I kind of want to happen is when you summon recruits, obviously this number goes up, but I like the idea of actually having 5 tiny little beams that come out and sort of form a line, like in a sort of army sort of formation. And the same with the defenders. So the defenders will go in front, and then the attackers. I like the idea of sort of building up, and that's more visual. At the moment, we're just trying to make the actual game sort of work. So the next bit which I'm going to work on next, the next bit which I'm going to work on is so this actually all works. We don't need any of this. Take it away. Take it away, Jim. Right. Right. Oh god. Right. Okay. Let's just. I filled my entire all my coding with all this debug stuff that wasn't necessary. I don't know why it didn't work the first time. I genuinely don't. But that does feel like that is always the way. I also polluted all of this with all this debug stuff. In fact. Okay, now that I've got rid of that, I just want to double check that's still working. Oh yeah. Oh, cheers, Kev. Oh, how you doing? Yeah, it's been I like to the untrained eye. It's looked like it's been a little bit of a slow start today because I've had to do a big chunk of code and I've had to make loads of classes, but it's looking pretty good at the moment. So now, ideally. So we add 5, and then that'll add 5 there. Right. Sweet. Okay. So now, what we're looking to make next is... So yeah, I just need to sort of visualise this. What we're going to have, I think in this bottom right corner here, maybe even I could have it in the top right. No, because that's where we're going to have loads of action stuff. I think in this bottom right, I want to have our sort of coin, like the number of coins we can use each turn. So, like the default amount that you're going to start with is 5, and I want it as you use them, it sort of goes down. So, yeah, sounds brilliant. Right. So. Scripts. We want to have a whole new game object that's empty, that's holding the number of mana that we've got. So and we probably want the little, yeah. So what we're going to do, we're going to get hold of this little symbol that I've got for mana crystals, and yeah, I'm gonna get hold of the picture and then have five of those and sort of have a good sort of summoning routine, because I've got this cool little sort of animation where it sort of rotates around, and so let's go find out where it is. I think it's actually in a previous game that I've made, and like, it's one thing that's quite nice because I've made a few games before. I can actually just refer back to older games and just be like, oh, I can just nab that sprite. It's fine. Right, so we're gonna call it mana crystal or mana sprite. So we've got that folder ready, and it's in my. Let's have a look. Where are we? I think I put it in star, which doesn't make any sense, but that's okay. And in fact, I'm going to open it. So yeah, there'll be a sort of nice little animation like that, and we're actually going to save this whole thing. In Rumbletown, and we have a new one that's going to call mana, and mana coin, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. And just check there isn't any problems with that. That looks alright, doesn't it? Oh yes, right. So when we're actually saving the sprites PNG, we're going to do mana coin 000, and hopefully, actually, I'll explain the whole phenomenon as to why I'm putting it 000. Let's have a look. PNG, you know, because it looks like it will make sense. So we get out of that. Just move that over there and I'll drag it on. Okay. So there will be the concept of having having more than 5 like mana crystals in a turn. Like, you'll be able to get some sort of permanent upgrade where you get 1 extra like mana coin that you can use, so you can do more stuff. And I'll call this. It should be a sensible name. This is where all the time goes. It's like, what shall I call this thing? So we're going to call it mana game object. Mana master. No, mana master. Mana game object. Mana geo. That's fine. Okay. Prefabs. It's not really a card thing. I'm going to put it. I'll have a new prefab because I'm sure there'll be more need for this later. We'll have manuscript. Create folder. Just be a folder called mana. Oh yeah, of course. Oh yeah, what am I doing? This script doesn't need to go there. It goes. I have no whole other folder for that. Create folder. And what I like the idea that it sort of creates them when it's being summoned as well. So we just need to find the points in which we create it, because I kind of want it to sort of spin and then I want there to be a bit of a sequence as it's created. Oh, that almost looks like mango now. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Right. Create 2D objects. Right. Oh yeah, I haven't actually set the things yet. Did I? No. So these can all be 64. Point. None and apply. Okay, that's good. And I just want to get a good sort of an idea of how much space there's going to be. Fine. Okay. Right. So, yeah, we're going to create 5 to begin with, and I kind of like the idea that it's going to be at a set point, and then I'm going to sort of create all 5 as they go along. So, yeah. So it's 0.5 apart. That's fine. And so we're actually going to have a separate game object that's going to be called individual mana coin. Call it mana coin. Oh, right. Oh, cool. Fair enough, man. Oh, yeah. It's been cool having you, man. Right. Let's have a look. So, yeah, we're creating something. So this has actually already done its part. We're going to come back to that later. We've already got it there. And individual mana. Individual mana crystal. Go. I always put GO to indicate that it's a game object. Oh, but I still called it coin, didn't I? I want to call it... Yeah, I still call it crystal. I want to call it coin. I know, I probably should have made a defined... I should have decided right at the beginning what I'm going to call them. But you know what? It's going to be mana coin. Right. Okay, that's good. So we've got the mana script and we've got the individual mana coin script as well. Right. Good. So let's go over there. And yes, right, okay. So I need to quickly use the bathroom. So I'm going to sort of subtly try and promote my game a little bit while I'm just going. One sec. Here we go. So let's put the... Ah, whoever made this music must be pretty cool. Right, let's go show the classic version. Right. Sweet, we can get rid of that. Okay, right, I'll be right back in about sort of 4 to 5-ish minutes. Hey. Right, let's rock. Okay. Sweet. I'll switch this off. Oh yeah. Right. Cool. Oh, hang on. I'm trying to. I'm trying to work out what you're agreeing with. But yes, it might have been a little while since I. Yeah. Anyway, wicked. 2 minutes exactly. Oh, okay. Oh, fantastic. Right. Cool. Oh, this sorry. I love putting this together. It's just so fun. I know it doesn't necessarily look like fun. You're like, oh, you're just looking at code, but it's just brilliant. Right. Right. Cool. Wicked. Right. Anyway, so we're gonna do before we actually deal with, because this mana go, this is the thing this is going to be the thing which, like, essentially individually that deals with all the individual ones. But before we do any of that, we kind of want to have a little bit of script for just the individual mana coin. But before we do that, we've got something else which is going to be quite cool. We're going to have a sort of like an empty space where the Z coin would be, or the mana coin would be. So I want it to be a sort of little white circle with a sort of like a sort of perforated white circle. I don't know if perforated is the correct word there, but that shouldn't be too hard to do. I'm going to quickly do that now. So let's go into Rumpletown. There we are, all the way over there. Mana. Let's go create a new folder. Trying to sort of keep it all clean as we go, so we can kind of dump all this in here, and we might not necessarily need an empty. We might not necessarily need a separate folder, but live life to the max. It's going to be great. Okay, so now this is going to be a lot easier to draw than all the others. That's good. So X. So that's there, and what we kind of want to do, we want to just I just like, yeah, I'm trying to, it's quite hard to explain, but I kind of want just sort of empty spaces, kind of like that, and then like that. You know what? Pass. That'll do. I'm fine. I'm okay with that. Because just to indicate. So we'll get rid of that. Yeah, that looks okay. So once you've used up the coin, it will just replace it with that one. PNG. So there we are. Right. And yeah, I as you're probably noticing, I'm making folders. I'm making a lot of folders. New folder, that'll be mana coin. And there, and then we can have another one create. You can kind of, it just makes it so much easier when I start getting more of this game done, and you're trying to access things from ages ago, and it's like if you got folders, it's a lot clearer. So empty mana coin. Right, here we go. That was not what I wanted to do. There we are. And we'll still stick with that as 64. Let me get rid of that. 64.9 apply. Okay. So what are we going to do with this? Individual mana coin. So there we go. Oh, we've actually. Okay. Right, we're making some more coroutines, boys. And I'm going to be using a script that I've made. This is a script that I've sort of carried from game to game, which is really good for animating when you've got like multiple slides and you want to animate them smoothly. So here we go. Private sprite renderer. Mana coin SR. Private transform. Mana coin trans. We also want a public bool busy. We want to get access to all of these, to both the transform and the sprite renderer. So we're going to go void awake, mana coin trans equals get component transform. Now, it doesn't actually matter too much. If ever, for specifically getting hold of the transform component, you can type like mana coin trans equals transform, and that is completely legitimate, complete fine code. But I just think it looks ugly because we're looking to get loads of components for things. It just seems weird that you would ever need to do that. I thought I'd just give you a little insight while you're there. Because you can't do it with everything. It is just specifically transform and a few other things. Sprite renderer. There we go. Oh yes, we also need access to all of the animation slides. So we're going to have private sprite. Mana coin sprites and private sprite empty mana coin sprite. And we can get hold of them now. So resources dot load all. Right, there we go. And this one, because it's only there's only one, we don't need a whole array. We can just reference that one, so the code looks slightly different. Yeah, I'm just loading an individual sprite. Now let's go get those references. Oh yeah, play music. I want music. Yeah, there we are. Oh yeah, and if ever, like, I don't know if the music's too loud, too quiet and stuff, so yeah. Yeah, let me know and I can sort of change it. because I realise you're not hearing it at the same volume as I am. Anyway, right, let's go to get the mana coin one. And here, because we're getting just this one specific one, we want to get the path of this, but not just the folder, but this specific one. So it's here. Okay. So how are we going to summon it? I kind of want to make it so that it starts spinning, gets bigger, and then like bounces, and then now I mention it, I kind of want to have a little shine on it, but no, we'll worry about that later. I do, but that is, yeah, I do want to have a little shine as it goes over. Right, public void summon. My favourite bit, making a routine. So, first of all, busy equals true, and busy equals false. And we're going to have all the stuff that we're going to do in this summon routine in here. Right, so what we kind of want, I want it to be really small to begin with, so we're going to set the local scale equal to, well, vector 0. It's fine, vector 3.0. And we're going to have we're going to use my mover script. So I've got it boink to size, mover dot instance dot, so it sort of boinks out to size. We're going to have mono trans. How big do we want it? We actually just want it vector 1, vector 3.1. How long is it going to take? Half a second should be enough. 2.5. So that's basically like, because this particular function, it grows something to a certain size, but where I've got this size amplification, it's so it kind of grows it, like instead of it just growing to a set size, it kind of sort of bounces out to a slightly bigger size, then goes smaller. And this decimal off the first bounce is just purely like how much time you want it to be before it grows, before it actually gets bigger and smaller. So either way, it's quite a complicated way of it just making it just kind of go whip. Right, let's have a look. So, and now there we go. So at the moment it's just getting bigger. Don't do that. But what we also want to do, we want to do the animation. So how are we going to do that? So I've got another charm equals. So this is yeah. So basically, I've got a big chunky bit of code called mover and another one called Aaron. Play forward once, and this one here are all the things that we need to put into it. So a sprite renderer, so that's going to be our mana coin SR, that's fine. We need to put in the animating sprites, which is the mana coin sprites. We need to put the finishing sprite, which I kind of want it to be a 0. Mana coin sprites 0. So it does the animation and it returns back to this one. The anim speed. So this is a bit which I added earlier. So at the moment, if I just left it like that, it would mean it's 0.5 seconds per frame. Whereas I added this in a bit later, where I can do, where it's like, is the anim speed the total time? And I'm setting to true, so that means that however many sprites there will be, the whole animation will take half a second. So yeah, so that should be okay. And it's going to take half a second as well. So it's going to sort of start small, get bigger, and animate at the same time. And then busy equals false. So that is the summon routine here. Now what I could do, like, kind of, I think the thing is part of me wants to actually make the whole thing and then check to see if it works. But I could actually do a quick test to see if it works. No, I'm going to actually do the. So this is at the moment. Oh, actually, we want another bool. Mana spent. So this is just whether this coin is active or not. And we kind of want another one where it sort of spends. So once it's been, so like it's going to just do that sort of quick coin animation and then bounce into the empty sprite. So we're going to have make coin become spent. So, oh yeah, first of all we want busy equals true, false, yeah. Oh yeah, no, we're going to create a routine, sorry, where it does this, okay. So I think even before we do all of that, we want to do I actually think instead of calling it mana spent, we should have it mana available. Mana available equals true. So when it's being created, it's just going to say, like, once it's been created, it's going to say the mana is now available to be spent. We've got where are we? Right. So I'm losing my train of thought. Okay, so here, as soon as it becomes spent, I actually want it to become mana available equals false. It might not actually matter, but I'm going to keep making it and then see where we go with that. So, we actually kind of want to use similar. So we actually still want this. So yeah, yeah. So at the moment, when it becomes spent, it's going to do one quick spin of the coin, and then I want it to just bounce and then become the empty image. So we can actually again use this, use quite a lot of this code. It's not going to be exactly the same. Get rid of that. So it's actually just setting it to that, but I think we can do this a little bit quicker. So yeah, do that, and then oh yeah, of course we need to make sure it's busy. And oh yeah, here where I've got play forward, I'm actually going to have the closing sprite as the empty mana sprite. Empty mana coin sprite. Okay. Right, where are we up to? So now what I want is we need to now look at the the actual original mana script that's going to have access to all of this. Right. So mana go. Mana script. So, what are all the things that we need? We need a bunch of these individual scripts. So, and we actually kind of want to we probably need to access the transform just so we can know where we're going to put it. Private transform. Private game object, individual mana coin. It's quite a long name, I know. There, and we want a private list of individual mana coin scripts. Okay. Get rid of all this rubbish, don't need this. Okay. So we're using this so that we can, the important thing is here is before we do anything, we want to actually access the physical game objects from the resources so that we can create them. So let's just do all the easy stuff. So mana trans equals get component transform and individual that equals so equals resources dot load game object. So yeah, like at the moment we're making this mana script. At the moment all we're doing is we're getting access to the transform so we know where we're going to put it, which is I'm going to think generally in the bottom right corner, yeah, I don't know, I haven't worked out yet. So that's, yeah, it's going to go into the bottom right corner, and then we want access to the game object, which we've created earlier. And then this list is when we do create it, we want to have, we want to be able to manipulate the coins when we need to. So we don't need any of that. So let's go fill this in first. Otherwise I might forget. Okay. So we've got this individual mana coin go. Nice. Okay. Okay, nice. Okay. Now, summon coins. Number of coins. This is going to be a routine as well, so we need our busy. Yeah, and again, it's public, so we want all of the scripts to know that this is busy. So public, private. Summon mana. No, I made the conscious decision. We're going to call it mana coins. I'm sticking with it. Summon mana. Right, here we go. Oh yeah. See where we've done that. This is full routine. Okay. Right. So, how are we going to do this? So, I also want to have an integer to keep track of the max number of coins and how many were actually spent and stuff. So public int coins mana coin max and mana coins max, mana coins available. Okay. Right, where are we up to? So and actually let's deal with the future now. I can't work out any reason, but when it's summoning at the moment, it's just going to assume. No, forget it. Sorry. I was going to say, because it's like when we're actually creating them, there might be some conditions in which, when you're creating the coins, you might want to say create 4 of them to be available and 1 of them to be empty and stuff. At the moment, this just definitely creates 5. I actually think it will make sense if I just create it as 5 and then I'll edit the code if I need to change it later. Okay. So. Oh yeah. 0 I less than number of coins. Okay, and one thing that we haven't actually quite done yet is, so this is when we're summoning, we're going to have our individual coin scripts equals new list. So whenever you're making a list, you've always got to do this bit of code just to say here is a new empty list. So underscore individual coin scripts dot add it's actually going to be quite a lot of code in one line. I'll see what it looks like. Instantiate mana individual mana coin go, comma, and we can actually set the parents to the mana trans dot get component get component individual. Oh, hey man. Oh, cool. Oh, nice. That was a quick old school run. Oh yeah, to keep you caught up, I'm just putting. I'm creating the sort of mana crystals, or mana coins, and I've had a long debate as to what I should call them. So I think mana coins is what I've kind of decided at. Get component. So at the moment, I want to have it so that your default amount is 5. Individual mana coins. That's the one. So that should be okay. And what we kind of want to do is we want to set it to sort of they're about 0.5 apart. So I actually need to get access to this. Here we go. Right. Just going to have a little vector 3 local vec to set because I can you kind of make it, you sort of make it up on the go. So local vec to set and trans dot local position equals local vector set. There we go. Yes. Yeah. I like the fact that it's like you've got the two most difficult things in programming: cache misses, naming things, and one-off errors. But yeah, I think there's this ongoing argument about how when you have a problem with the coding and you spend an age trying to fix it, and then you like trying over and over and over again, and then eventually you do get it to work, and then you're like, how did it ever work in the first place? Yeah. So anyway, I'm setting the local vec over here. Mana script. So now oh, actually, I've got a better way of doing this. It won't actually take me too long. I want to actually have yeah, so I'm actually oh yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I'm just changing it so that so that we've actually sort of created it outside of it, and then we're adding it afterwards. It's partly because when I actually want to activate it, to summon it, I want to make sure that I'm not summoning the first one each time. So the X should actually be 0.5 times by the float of I. Okay, yeah, so that way they're going to be right next to each other. Right, where are we up to? Let's go. Oh yeah. Okay. So that looks pretty good. Right, and we've got to work out where we're going to put it and what we're going to use to create it. So it's actually, oh god, I probably should close down these scripts as I'm using them. Let me start clearing some of these off because I need to get to one. The main master one, that's the one. So I can access it. So right, we've made the card action script set up. It's fine. I think we can have this buildings. Yeah, mana. Go, yeah. Mana go. I don't know why I'm making them all public. I think like it's just because I saw all the others being public. Right. Let's go. We can get rid of that now. Oh, we haven't created the object yet. Right. So it's this one, isn't it? Ah, okay. We've got error messages. Don't worry. We'll deal with that. I know most people don't get excited when they see an error message, whereas I'm like, yes, let's get to the bottom of this. And then you fix it, and you're like, oh, that was much easier. I feel like this is where we're like Sherlock Holmes. We're like, where did it all go wrong? What happened? Right. So, yeah, that's fine. Oh, right, where are we going to create it? Right, I have no idea. Let's just... well, that's fixed one of the error messages, and we're going to come back to that. Oh, right, I'll fix both of them. Okay, fair enough. Right, so where are we going to actually have it? I'll get rid of that if I just... Okay, let's have a look. Right. So where makes sense? I think it's probably about there. But I kind of want to make the numbers as rounded as I can. So if I did 5.5, 5.5 and minus 4. Yeah, I think that's alright, isn't it? Okay. So where are we creating it? 5.5f and minus 4.0f. Still, it always, whenever I put quaternion.identity, I was thinking anyone who's actually new to getting into Unity, you're like, what does quaternion.identity mean? And it's like, it's to do with the angle. I don't really know. But it's just a bit of code that you just like. It's just one of those where you just accept that you have to type it in. I'm just kind of got into the habit now. But yeah, so we've created it, and now we want to actually activate it. So summon mana coins 5 and manuscript dot busy. There we go. Right. Okay. Right, let's see how this all pans out. So, oh yeah. Oh, I quite like it. Yeah, nice. Okay. I kind of want to make it a bit bouncier, like a bit more boing. Although I did like it. Let's go make it a little bit bouncier. That will be there. Because at the moment, I've got it getting 1.25 bigger. But what if we just do, say, 1.5? You should have just stuck with the original. It looked good to begin with. And then it's like about 8 hours later, I'm like, no, it needs to be slightly bouncier. No, right, okay. That's good. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I quite like that. Okay. Now, at the moment, there is nothing linking this to that. But I want to make it so that when you spend it, these kind of like become spent. And also, I want to make sure that you can't actually do it if you don't have enough mana crystals, mana coins. Cool. So, and, yeah. Okay. How do we do that? Right, so on the card scripts, we need access to this mana script. Oh, and we haven't actually... Yeah, that's fine. And, yeah, okay, that's fine. Start clearing some of the stuff. Don't really need that. Bit of that. Oh, I've just got rid of the card script. That's fine. Oh, we probably did need that. But that's okay. Let's go get hold of the card script. And I also want to make it that if you try and spend something that you don't have the mana crystals for, I don't know, it sort of shakes and then just goes back or something. Oh, I was in the right place. Scripts, card scripts. We've just got... But for the time being, we just need to check that we have got enough mana. So when we're creating it, we're going to have a whole new one, access to score. So yeah, we're just making sure that we've got access to it via the card. I'm not sure if I like that. I kind of want this to actually be here and here. So we're going to basically have a bit of code here to say if you, yeah, like I just kind of need to green screen put it in comments. So if you have enough mana, then do all of this. Else if you don't, yeah. So okay, if underscore mana script. Oh yes, right. Okay, now this is currently public, but I want to do. Damn, I'm going to refer to the bit of code which I'm trying to remember from before. I've just got to remember where it's from. Yeah, I know where it is. Yeah, because sometimes your mind just kind of goes slightly blank. I'm thinking, where am I actually getting this? So it's public get private set. That's what I want, but I want it to be private. So it's just that little bit there. So we've actually got to do a little bit. Let me come back to that. That's fine. That. Build in. Right, so ideally we can access these coins from outside, but we can't actually change the numbers. That's good. Okay. I'll tell you what, there's people that go for like 12-hour sort of coding sessions, and I'm like, we're on to about 4-ish hours, and I am getting it. I am starting to flag slightly. I kind of want to do this, make you spend the mana crystals first, and then I'm probably going to call it there. But yeah, this has been a lot of fun actually. I'll tell you what, yeah, cheers for sticking with me. I think I realised that when I was putting all those classes together earlier, trying to distinguish between things that have mono behaviour and not, it did get a little bit. It looked as though it did just look like I was just typing stuff randomly. It's like I did have a plan, but it is quite difficult to explain when you're sort of midway through it. So no coins available. So summon all of these coins, and we're actually going to have just here, we want to set the mana coins max equals number of coins. Spend mana. Int, mana coins being spent. Okay. And this is going to be a routine as well. Oh no, that doesn't need to be in, it's just... No coins being spent, that's fine. Okay. Right, so I kind of want it to do the farthest end and then sort of spend... Yeah, so if it's 2, I want it to do the furthest right that hasn't been spent and then the next furthest right. Because one thing that I do actually genuinely find interesting is Hearthstone. I quite like Hearthstone. I quite enjoy playing the game. And you have the sort of mana crystals at the bottom. But the actual little like animation which controls it, it still seems as though they have like difficulties in programming it even now, even though Hearthstone's been out for quite a long period of time, and they still have actually troubles when like actually dealing with the images of the mana crystals. It's not always accurate to how many mana crystals you got. Anyway, right, so for open brackets int 5 equals 0, 5 less than mana coins being spent. So another thing which I'm going to assume this isn't a problem now and deal with later, but I'd rather sort of say it out loud, is I do want to have certain cards that can say give you extra mana crystals for like the turn, and the only reason that I'm slightly concerned is there will, you know, like for example, let's just say there was a card that cost say 1 mana and it gave you 3 mana crystals that you could spend for this turn. I'll have to deal with like adding the extra stuff that's above the original 5, but that's 3 months from now, Pete. Don't worry. Yeah, I'll have to worry. I'll worry about that later. Don't worry. I feel it's just better that I say that out loud. Here we go. So now there's got to be a more efficient way of doing this, but So I'm actually doing a for loop. Oh, J. That I think is going to actually be J minus minus. Now we've got to always be careful that we're not creating an infinite loop here. So coin scripts dot so it shouldn't ever get to this, but I want to make sure that it never, if ever you don't have enough mana crystals, ideally I want to have enough code so that it never runs this code, but I can actually have it here. If mana coins being spent is greater than mana coins available, then we're going to have return, and I want to have a little debug just saying this shouldn't happen. So if ever it does happen, we know something's wrong somewhere else. Okay. No, still mana coin. So yeah. So ideally, this will never give us an error message when we've actually reached here, because if there isn't enough mana coins available, it won't allow that. That's good. Okay. Okay, so we've got busy equals true. Yeah, again, this does require quite a lot of concentration. Okay, so I want to have a quick look at this, just check. So what it's doing is it's checking for the individual mana crystal that's the farthest right, which is oh, that needs to be -1. Oh, that was lucky. Go straight into that. So we're starting at how big the count is, -1, because for some reason when we're dealing with arrays, it always starts in 0, 1, 2. Anyway, so we're starting at -1. So this is the farthest right one, and if that's available, we're going to make it become spent, and then do the animation to do it. And then and then it's going to repeat that process. So obviously, when it comes the second time or the third time, how many mana crystals you've got. I'm still going to call them mana crystals, but I mean to say mana coins. It's going to loop around, and obviously when it actually tries to see this one, it will see that this mana is no longer available, because when we make it spent, the mana available becomes false. Okay, you got all that? Right. Okay, good. I just wanted to check that. Instantly makes it go false. Then it does all this stuff, and then becomes empty, and then does a boink. Okay. So that's good. Card script. So yeah, right, back to where we were. So if mana script dot mana coins available. Oh, we haven't minus the mana coins as well. That's really important. Okay. Yeah. Let's go. We're going to do it here, I think. Mana coins available, minus equals. Mana coins being spent. Okay. Right. If mana that is greater or equal to our card class dot mana cost, then we actually want to do all of this, don't we? So what we could actually do is we could actually put, this is just another condition, so we can actually get rid of all this. So yeah, if that's greater and we have enough mana crystals, so in theory if we don't have enough mana and we drag it up, it will just default to returning back to the hand like this. Okay. So mana script dot spend mana coin. I really should have called it spend mana coins. While open brackets busy. So yeah, at the moment it's doing one thing, then another, then another, then another, which which I kind of like. So you can see everything. Oh, I can tell it's been a while. Dot yield, yield, yield. Just keep typing the word yield; it will eventually work. Turn null. So now it's going to spend all those mana crystals, and then it will discard it. Then at the end, it will have the effect. Right. Okay. Got an error message. Let's have a look. Oh, I know what that problem is. It's here. So we just need access to the mana thing. Shouldn't be too hard. This is on the deck script. So we want to have access to the mana script here. Oh, I was hoping for a challenge. I was hoping it was going to be one of those where I'd stare at for hours, being like, why isn't this working? Whereas this is going to be easy. Right, so we've got access there. Yeah, probably I don't want to get into the habit of this, but you know what? I'm actually going to underscore. Because I just want to check that. I also want to make sure that we have actually created by the time we're actually doing this. No, we haven't. That's fine. Okay, brilliant. That's absolutely fine. Good. We don't have to use this. We've got another way. Okay, forget all that. Forget what I did there, because the mana script won't be on the scene as soon as it starts. And given that this app is doing it when it's awake, I would rather I'd rather play it safe and actually just do a bit of code which gives the which gives it that. So actually, to be fair, given that but it's better to do it this way. manuscript, score equals name, manuscript, there we go. And so we'll obviously get another error message, which, yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to check that was still actually adding that manuscript. That's fine. Right, set up. So summon. So it's creating the deck first. So so what we can actually do is have another separate code. Okay. I'm not in love with this, but because at the moment this whole mana game object is literally just completely empty. So we can create it so that we can fit it in here, and then activate the mana crystals afterwards. I mean, in theory, we could just put this whole thing, could just make the mana crystals first. Oh. So that will eventually be the mana script, but at this point in the code, we haven't created it. So I've just got to work out how we're gonna do this. Okay. I will. It's going to be a little bit wordier, but I'd rather just have another script saying set up mana script. So we'll rename that to set up hand script. We'll rename that to set up hand script. There we go. And we're going to have another one which is set up the mana script, because I think they do need to actually get them at their very specific set up mana script. Now this might give an error message, but I think it'll be alright. So yeah, we just need to we can hopefully just do this here, can't we? This is when having things as singletons does make it a bit easier, because you don't need to worry too much. You'll always have access to it. But I definitely prefer trying to avoid using singletons, because then you've got one script which everything can access, and it does get a bit confusing. The only things at this precise moment that are singletons are the two classes, the two scripts that I took from outside from other games. So now we've got that set up. Okay, let's see what error messages we got. Clear that. Oh yeah, that's fine. Okay. Right. Let's see if this works. Moment of truth. So created all the coins. Now at that point, this has now got access. So why Why did it move 4? I mean, that's good. Now, hopefully, it won't let me and it will just return. Okay. Okay, yes, okay. Right, for whatever reason, it's just visually, it hasn't done that as well as I'd like. But the thing which it has achieved is it does know that 4 mana has been spent. So this costs 2, and it won't let me. It will just return to the hand, which is exactly. Which is, you know what? That is actually good progress. That is mostly working the first time. Just got to work out why it used 4 and then didn't use any. Let's find out. Because rather obviously, it should have just done it twice. Oh, you know, I think I've made this a bit more complicated than it needs to be honest. I can actually, I can make this a bit easier. I don't know why I chose such a. Now I've got to try and remember. There's a bit of code that can break you out of a for loop. And I might have to actually go on to Google, because ideally it does that. If mana's available, then it spends it. Just got to work out. But there's just an easier way of doing this, isn't there? We've just got to kind of get the furthest away. Right. Something like, hold on, yeah. Yeah, because basically we just need to, I'm just going to have a little look. Right, yeah, breaking out of a, for C sharp. It's probably an easier way of doing this. So I think apparently it would just break. I want to see if that works. I could. Let's have a look. So creating all the coins. Okay, nice, and then that won't work. Okay, you know what? Like, I do want to change that code because there's definitely an easier way. I just can't quite work out how to actually. Yeah, I don't know a sort of efficient way of dealing that, because I don't like that code. There is an easier way. It might just be like a while loop that does it all. It's something which I'll have to sort out at some point. Anyway, this fly is continuously attacking me, so I'd probably better call it there. Seriously, thank you very much for watching. Thank you, KO2 fan and Kevin. Yeah, genuinely, it's really nice to have you about. And we're going to hopefully should be back on the Saturday. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for, like, I realise that I have every now and then I just have these long spots where I'm just staring intently. But yeah, genuinely, thanks for everything. Now, yeah, I do appreciate that. I'm going yeah, I'm going to call it there. So we have actually made some pretty decent progress. I think, like, I haven't worked out where I'm going to go for Saturday's thing, but we have done the thing that we set out to do, make the cards do things. I want to have another little look, a sort of victory lap of seeing what we've actually achieved and stuff. So we created that, we created the mana crystals, mana coins, and then we've got these different cards, and then we can spend them there. And obviously it can, I'm going to make it look a little bit smarter than that. Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, at the moment, yeah, and you can't spend them there. And I'll tidy up a few things for next thing, and I'll make sure I've got some more stuff ready. And we'll ideally make some more cards, but I kind of want to actually get part of the gameplay done as well. Oh yeah. Oh, cheers, Kev. Ah, rock and roll. Yeah, thanks for sticking around. That's awesome. Right. Anyway, I like. At the moment, I'm quite early in the days of streaming. Normally, I'd try and raid someone else where it sort of ends my stream and then follows someone else. I think it does it automatically. But like, that's something which I'm gonna look into at some point. But yeah, thanks. I tell you what, really do appreciate all this. I tell you what, I know, like, I appreciate the patience that you've had as well, because I know that it's been a little bit of a slow slog. But yeah, anyway, right, rock and roll. It's been a lot of fun. I'll see you guys soon. All right, for episode 4. Yeah, I'll see you later. Bye.